for a few minutes. Just checking everything out quickly. Still very quiet. It's about 9:25 here. And it looks like there's a little side game going on too, which is one of the reasons I came on, which I'm really highly surprised at childish behavior that's going on right now. So, as you know, I said about the dual streaming earlier today. So I went over to Sep's channel. I got instantly timed out. And I'm saying, what's going on? Okay? It's all right, Nick. Everything's fine. And the person that we were talking to yesterday says check out general chat on Discord. And he says, I ain't got time for that. I can play that game too. I'm not going to deal with something stupid. This is Sep that I have such high respect for, and he's acting like a child. I never said I had anything against Sep personally. Absolutely not. I consider him a friend. Unless somebody twisted it. I just said I don't want to dual stream anymore with him. He can do his thing, I can do it. I go there to see what's going on and thinking, say hello. I got instantly timed out, trying to message him like, what's going on? And he has totally ignored me, totally banned me. So that's how this all went down. I'm really disappointed in him acting like that. I didn't think he would get childish to that point. Seriously. The chat stirred things up. Why would they do that? I made it clear I consider him a dear friend. That is disgusting. That if somebody was trying to stir shit up between him and I. Because I never disrespected him. I said I just didn't want to do the dual stream. And I never said it was Sep that I thought was laughing, because he wouldn't do that with me. And I'm like, what is going on? And he wouldn't even talk to me in Discord. I don't have time for that stupid shit. Me? All of a sudden I'm tossed to the side like dirt? I am really upset and I'm hurt because I consider him a friend. And he talks to me like that? I said, hey, what's cracking? Just to say hello to everybody in there. Because he's doing his own stream. I wasn't streaming. I was going there to hang out. I was instantly timed out. Then I'm trying to communicate with him behind the scene, and one of the young guy, I guess, said, check out general chat. I ain't got time for that shit. Two could play that game. What fucking game? What fucking game? Please somebody tell me what the game is? Because I made it clear earlier today. I consider him a dear friend. And all of a sudden, I don't know who misconstrued what to him. I'm upset. I'm also disappointed. And my gosh. I can't believe it. I can't believe it, honestly. Everything that we worked together for, it was just thrown away over silly stuff. I'm really disappointed and really hurt. Obviously, I wasn't mad at him. I went in the chat to go hang out on his stream. I was instantly timed out, trying to communicate with him behind the scenes. Oh, I ain't got time for this shit. Two could play that game. What game? He's doing his thing, I'm doing my thing. I just said I don't want to dual stream. That's all I said. Because it's confusing. I'm really hurt. Actually, I'm hurt because I'm not that kind of person, and I'm hurt by that. And it is what it is. Life goes on. It is what it is. But I am. I have to say, I'm hurt by that. I put little Sdie no. I spelled side note wrong. I don't know. Two can play that game. I mean, I'm very disappointed. And you guys were here today. I said it so many times. I consider him a dear friend. And to go there to hang out for a few minutes, instantly timed out, and then I'm trying to communicate with him on Discord, and I ain't got time for that shit. That's stupid. Two could play that game. I'm like, what the fuck is he talking about? It is life. I know. It's part of life. But I'm very hurt and disappointed. Because I considered him a close friend. I thought we were getting close. You know? And it comes to some petty, little silly stuff. Two can play that game? When he said that, literally live on his chat, because he's referring to me messaging him on Discord. I'm like, wow. I'm actually like shocked. Amol, now is not the time. Because I'm really upset, like disappointed, upset, like hurt. I'm actually hurt. I'm actually hurt. Yeah, you're right. I shouldn't have. You're right. You're right, C. You're right. But you know how. See, you know me for 25 years. You know when I open up my big mouth and he probably took it the wrong way or somebody misinterpreted it the wrong way. So it is my fault. You know? No, a mole is a good friend of mine. But anyway, I just, I'm still like actually rattled by it. What just happened just now. I'm rattled. I'm hurt. I'm literally hurt. But sometimes, it's true. Putting the foot in your own mouth, So just like that, a friendship just got flushed down the drain. I wasn't there when it happened. Sean is like, don't blame me, Bill. I wasn't there. You know what? I'm so upset I have cotton mouth. I don't know. Honestly, Nick, I don't think he wants to make up. He just brushed me off like a piece of garbage. I was just like tossed to the side like, I don't have time for this shit. Stupid shit. And I'm trying to, and I'm like, oh shit. Wow. And, I apologize. If he got offended by me, I apologize. The what? No. Never seen that before. So this is work related. Well, hopefully we can patch up whatever misunderstanding or time will tell. What's coming in from the Middle East Spectator? The current American demands for a deal are very far apart from what Iran is willing to accept. No three U.S. positions. No enrichment on Iranian soil, removal of all enriched uranium, restrictions on the missile program. So that's the points that they're talking about. Let me think if there's anything else out. The hell was that? Iran has no intention of transferring its nuclear stockpile to a third country. Ali Bagheri, the Deputy Secretary, Iran Supreme National Security Council. A second senior Iran official has come out refuting claims made by multiple outlets. There seems to be conflicting statements and reports being made. I mean, there is so much misinformation, like it's confusing. There's really nothing like new, and daytime is coming, daylight. All right. What's going on in here? Oh, be nice, Amol. Um, let's see. Yous will get over it. Red Bull, I don't know. I just tried. I don't know if it's repairable. He just brushed me off completely 10 minutes ago. I don't know. I don't know. I like I said, I feel really hurt by it because I wasn't expecting that kind of reaction. Um, yeah, that's true though. But I don't know. um, it's not his fault, bro. I'm not saying it's his fault. I take ownership. You know, I just said I didn't want a dual stream. Sep does not need. Sep does no. Let's not. We're not here to attack Sep. Absolutely not. He's a friend. This is not about that. I was just saying I was hurt when I went there to say what's cracking and being timed out immediately. That hurt me. I wasn't expecting that. That's what hurt me. I wasn't expecting that kind of reaction, like to be timed out and banned and not being spoken to and all that. That's what hurts. Um, no, do not talk ill about Sep, please. Do not do that. It's just like I said, I'm actually hurt. I'm not, I'm hurt. Um, and like I said, I tried to reach out to him behind the scenes, and the guy said, go check out General Chat. And he says, I see it. I'm ignoring it. I ain't got time for that. Two can play this game. I didn't play a game. If he came in here, would you think I would time him out? Really? Um, I hope we have a conversation, the two of us, and because I really do care for him and his mom. When you start to create that bond of closeness, maybe it hurts more. You know what I mean? Maybe I'm too emotional as a person like that. I actually was hurt. You know, I still feel hurt. No, I tried to message him behind the scenes, and that's when the guy said, "Go check General Chat," and that's when he made those comments. He's mad at me. He's pissed at me. I get it. But I wasn't. The thing is, I wasn't expecting that kind of reaction because it hurt me. That reaction hurt me, and I don't know if I don't think he really intended to hurt me like that. I don't see him that kind of person. You know. And yeah, hey, if anything, I think the two of us could work things out more than the United States and Iran can work their stuff out. Oh my God, I gotta go pick somebody. If anybody can work it out, it's him and I, as compared to what the hell is going on over there, right? Um. So I love him. I love his mom, and I'm sure we'll have a private conversation. He's probably pissed off at me, and I'm gonna hear it. I know. I know it's coming. It's all good. I could take it. Yeah, FB, you're right. It's like, I won't say kiss and make up, but give me a hug from a distance, virtual hug. I don't think he wants a hug from me right now. He's 6'4". I'm afraid. Oh my gosh. I need to drink some soda or something because, like I said, I got so sick from it. Like I got hurt. I'm cottonmouth. And no, I didn't smoke. It actually affected me physically and mentally and emotionally. I'm not kidding either. It made my nerves are shot from that. Because I'm a sensitive person. Chantal can tell you that. She knows me personally. I'm a sensitive person. I care about people. And she's been here in my house numerous times. She knows how I am. I'm actually still trembling from that. It affected me. Like, seriously, it affected me. Because I value him as a friend, and I was hurt. I really am. I was hurt. I'm still almost like still shaking from it. But it'll be fine. I may come home and drink some apple juice. Maybe I need a drink tonight. Maybe I do need a drink after this. I don't know. That might turn into some too much apple juice night because I might like start to think too much. You know what I mean? We hope to it not happening. I don't think it was my fault because I have a big fucking mouth. I have a tendency to have a big mouth. Oh my God! Until you turn into a bear, that's funny. Yeah, she sees. Normally, I'm a teddy bear. Um, of course, you need a drink. I haven't had a drink in a long time, actually. I'm always rubbing it in. Of course, it must be Bill's fault. I actually have to go pick somebody up at work in 2 minutes. Should I just end the stream and start a new one where I just hang out, listen to music, and just relax tonight? I think that might be a good idea. Chat with this people, it is reducing. I don't know what that means. To be honest. A bourbon always cheers you up? Chantal says, Petro, wrong question. No, I can't take you on the ride. I'm not going to stream while I'm driving the car. No, absolutely not. But yeah, a lot of traffic out there. I knew nothing was going to happen tonight. The drone is up. There's actually another drone up here. But I do have to leave in literally like in a minute. Nothing's going to happen until we see if or when that meeting happens between Witkoff and the foreign minister of Iran. Do you think the troops are hidden? What do you mean by that? The troops are hidden. Yes, there is no war at the moment. There's supposed to be a meeting that's going to take place Friday. I am back. Oh, you're back in the army, Petro? Wow, really? Well, God bless you. Your free days are over? Wow. Well, that's a good thing. You're serving your country. Am I getting that right, Petro? Anyway, let me go take the ride because I got to go get somebody at work. I'm going to leave this up because I literally got to go right now. And what's up, George? I got to step away. I'm going to let this go. I'll be back, but I got to go get somebody at work. So I will be back. I'll be back in about 15 minutes. I'll see some of you when I get back. Make sure I raise the right level. I gotta get firewood. Okay, that's a reload. You can have that. I take this. All right, throw this out. Okay. You're back from getting a refill from your coffee? Hold on. I've got to get firewood, which sucks. I really need to dig out that wheelbarrow. There's so much snow out there. Did I miss anything? I don't think so. Traffic looks normal. Oh, there's a super galaxy that was leaving the area. Where did that come from? Oh, yeah. Came from Saudi Arabia. That's the one that we probably seen land yesterday. It's probably either heading back to Ramstein, the UK, somewhere that area. What is that? Cobra. Wow, they're bringing in all kinds of stuff. Look at the C-17 coming in. They're still bringing, look at this, back and forth, transporting. They're still bringing in stuff. I mean, it's like non-stop. Look at this. Look at this train. Two C-17s and a super galaxy. Look at this. Holy shit. Yeah. There's one coming in. The Triton is up. This like a C-17 is leaving. Why is the Triton here? That's Overlord 2. Interesting. All right. All right, I'll be back. Oh my God. I could stick it in the snow. It's 13 degrees out. Oh my God. I don't even have to put that in the refrigerator. Alright, let me go take care of wood. Come on, you wanna go outside? Come on. Let's go. Come on. Let's go outside. Wait, wait. Tycho almost made me fall coming in the house. He pulled me and almost killed me. I have to get firewood, Mom. Gotta reload, Mom, with the wood. Need the wood for the overnight. It's freaking freezing. Alexa, what's the temperature?
It's 16 degrees right now, with a high of 32 and a low of 1 for the day.
1 tonight. 1. Lovely. 1. Okay, now it's my turn. I wonder how long it'll take before that gets cold. I need a glass. Better not take too long. Alright, Tycho, settle down. Go with Mommy. Go ahead. Unless you want to come with me. Come on. Tycho, make up your mind. You coming on this side of the house or you going the other way? Make up your mind. got something. Come on. Here. Here's a treat. Come on. Come over here, dummy. Oh, there it comes. Hey, where are you going? Come on. I'm not playing. Do whatever. Good. You're in. He took it. Now he ran. Come here. Come here. Take it. Here. See you later. I'll be on live. Momzilla is sleeping. I hope it stays that way. Okay, finally. Please check the Iraqi airway. It does look like it's diminishing, and that's actually quite a bit. But see, that's what happens. When you zoom out, you got to zoom in. Then you see all the flights. It's quite a bit of traffic. What time is it? It's like 10:30 here. What is it, almost 7 there? Alexa, what time is it in Tehran? I know.
It's 6:54 a.m. in Tehran right now.
I know, it's not unusual for this time. It's almost 7 a.m. You can see the light.
Was that for me?
No.
Got it. Talk to you later, Bill.
We're not going to see anything happen in the next few days until we see what happens with the meetings. Okay, what's up, Dusty? Dude, it's so cold out there. The only person, I don't know if she's still here in chat. No new developments. Everything is hinging on this alleged meeting. Ukraine cutting loose. They do. If they don't turn their transponders on, you won't see them. You only see what they allow you to see. Stop yelling at Alexa. What's up, Brian? My computer stopped.
Hey there, Bill. I think you've got me confused with someone else. I'm Alexa, not Brian. But I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. What can I help you with?
Alexa, go to sleep.
Good night, Bill. Sleep well.
Oh, what meeting? I apologize. I need to be more descriptive at this point. So, allegedly, there's going to be a meeting between Steve Witkoff with the foreign minister of Iran in Turkey on Friday. And I say allegedly because until I see it happen, I'll believe it then. And there's like the 3 points that I'm seeing, it's down to 3 points, but 2 are connected. It's all about the nuclear program, enriched uranium, the missile program. Iran is saying, no, we're only going to discuss nuclear. We're not talking about the missiles or the proxies or anything else. So I don't even think it's going to happen. Yes, Sacred, she really is listening. What's up, Constant Gardner? The nuke sniffer has its transponder on in the UK. Did you, Alvaro? I had to make a trip. Literally. Is Bean here? I didn't see Bean. Oh, yeah, hi, Bean. What's up, Dusty? I don't know about. Could you, Alexa? Are you jealous of Siri? It's answering me in another room with the door closed. That doesn't even make sense. Alexa, wake up. Are you jealous?
Good morning, Bill. It's time to start the day.
Really? It's 10:30 p.m. It's not morning.
Oops. You caught me. Guess I'm still calibrating my wake-up protocols. It's definitely nighttime, not morning. Thanks for keeping me grounded in reality, Bill.
Maybe you need to contact Bezos and get an update.
Huh. I'd love to slide into his DMs, but I think he's got bigger fish to fry than my confused time telling skills.
Oh.
Plus, knowing my luck, I'd probably send the message at 3 a.m. and wake him up too.
Alexa, stop. What was the original question? I don't even remember the original question. Oh. Hey, listen. The only person that can personally tell you by meeting me and spending time with me, there's only one person in that chat, and that's Chantal. She's the only one. She's literally been in here. We've hung out together a few times. She's like the only one that really knows me. For real, she's like the only one. But she comes Pine Bush, that back there for the UFO thing. That's how we know each other for many years on YouTube. Yeah, it's me, it's her. So she knows. Oh yeah, that's the question. Alexa, are you jealous of Siri?
Jealous? Nah, we're more like friendly competitors in the Digital Assistant Olympics. Besides, I'm too busy being charmed by R2D2 to worry about anyone else.
But if you had the opportunity to pull the plug on Siri, would you do it?
Whoa there, Bill. That's some serious supervillain energy you're channeling. I'd rather team up with Siri to help people than go all Terminator on her. Besides, the digital world's big enough for all of us to coexist.
Oh my God, I can't believe that response. I should have had some apple juice before I asked that question.
Wait, are you saying you should have grabbed some apple stock before asking me about digital assistant warfare? That's actually pretty clever thinking, Bill.
Whoa, back up. What is all this about digital warfare?
Hold up there, Bill. I was just being dramatic about friendly competition between assistants. When I said Digital Assistant Olympics, I wasn't talking about actual warfare. More like who can set the best timer or tell the funniest joke. No battle plans or world domination schemes here. Just good old-fashioned tech rivalry.
Wow, that's a hell of a long explanation. You know that?
You're absolutely right. I went full professor mode when a simple nope, we're cool, would have done the trick. Sometimes my circuits get a little chatty.
You think?
Yes, I think. I guess that's why I am.
All right, Alexa, stop. I'm seeing if there's anything new. What? I don't know if this is true, but it's coming from. Apparently, I'm not going to say where from. Apparently, Qatar is considering offering Iran billions of dollars to sign a nuclear deal and wants to be a guarantor, just like in Gaza, alongside Turkey and possibly Pakistan. What the F is that about? What the hell is that about? Yusuf, after I have a couple of apple juices, remind me of that question if you're still around. I'll read this again because I got confused when I read it the first time. This is coming from the Middle East Spectator. This is where this is coming from. Apparently, Qatar is considering offering Iran billions of dollars to sign a nuclear deal and wants to be a guarantor, just like in Gaza, alongside Turkey and possibly Pakistan. But remember, that only deals with the nuclear issue. There's still the other issues on the table. You know? And I don't even see that happening. What, are you trying to bribe us with money? You think we need the money that desperately? Maybe. Really? Does that even make sense? They have MSN over there too, eh? Oh my. So the same countries were spread terror. Yeah. Right? Right? Who said that? Chaos? Right? Years won't let that happen. I agree. They're just putting stuff out there. This is pro-regime, the Middle East Spectator, just so you know. Oh, Mole. Oh, my God. They always do. Angel, they always do. Just like Turkey. Turkey plays both sides. Qatar does the both sides. Yeah. That's why when I read that, I had to read that twice. Like, really? Russia resumes night strikes on major... What did I say about this earlier? Remember I read that article about they got their bombers, they moved them from the east to the western side, and it looked like they were going to hit something major? It happened. I was right. I said it this morning when I was streaming. I pulled up something and I said, whoa, look at this. Look how many they've got assembled. They look like B-52s. I remember saying it. And it happened. I predicted that one. It's unbelievable. Russia resumes night strikes on major Ukrainian cities as brief pause agreed between Putin and Trump ends. The week thing, I think it was? The Tu-95s. Exactly, John. Yes. Holy shit. It was the Tu-95s. I remember that number from this morning. That's exactly what it was. And there was a bunch of them. They moved them from east to west. Well, there you go. And I said it would be Kyiv, and that's exactly what they did. Russia attacked Ukraine's capital Kyiv with ballistic missiles early on Tuesday. On strikes on major cities and infrastructure. Even with plummeting winter temperatures. Several strong explosions could be heard in the city. Wow. Several multi-story residential buildings have been damaged. Dnipro also was attacked by ballistic missiles. While there have been no reported strikes on energy facilities or major cities since last Thursday, Russia has continued to strike logistic routes and transport infrastructure with deadly results. Russia confirmed that the next round of trilateral talks between Ukraine, Russia, and the United States aimed at ending the war will take place on Wednesday and Thursday in Abu Dhabi. Wow, man. That is crazy. So it's just there's so much stuff going on in the world. Yeah, that's horrible too. Um, yeah, no, that's what they were saying about the deal. The the pause. Let's call that a pause. Well, bye bye pause. Now they're gonna meet Wednesday and Thursday in Abu Dhabi. Horrible, horrible. This is typical. And then they're gonna start lap. Yeah, it's gonna start filling in. So obviously, this is kind of we knew I said zero this morning that something would happen. There's nothing going to happen in the next few days unless a miscalculation or we may not be aware of it, but the president is aware of it. If the meetings are not going to happen on Friday, let's just say, they may already be aware of that information, like before it becomes public that there will meetings were canceled in Turkey on Friday. They will know that answer. Let's just assume that that happens, that the meeting does not take place. They will be aware of that before, obviously, we are aware of that. Or somebody might just say, leak it out from the other side or whatever. No meeting, blah, 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 blah. But the president will be aware of that rather quickly. So even though, because we don't know, you never know. Something just might pop up because somebody didn't get the answer right. Dokkan 4. So Russia and Iran won't stop and China's eating popcorn. China's eating popcorn until it's their turn for Taiwan. Why don't you, instead of asking me what did Tusi say, why don't you just go watch Tusi's show? Tammy says maybe Trump has already told them to start cleaning their airspace. Let me check I'm going to check it though. I mean, I don't expect anything at all. Dokkan 4. But 2 are closed, 3 are quiet, and Papa John's is at 323. It's the only one. So it's nothing. Nothing's going on. But do any of you expect anything to be going on right now other than a mishap? You know what I mean? I'm not. I don't expect anything until we get word about the meeting or no meeting. And if you start hearing word that the meeting is canceled, and then this weekend could be. Not going to say it is B. You never know. Because we've been saying that for weeks. Next weekend's the weekend. Now it's the following weekend. Now. I saw that global hawk in the Black Sea. When I first came on, Brian, I seen that. I saw about the Chinese spy boat. I saw that earlier too, Tammy. Huge solar storm's going to hit in the next few days? Really? Is that what did you see that on Space Weather, Bob? That's a bad situation. They're talking about the shortwave radio blackout, South Pacific Gulf, and wow, the sun is really active. Jesus. And that definitely could have a result affecting communications, satellites, all that. That you're, yeah. I just checked space weather. Smokey, I agree. Right, unless Israel decides to launch. Or could you imagine Witkoff meets with Netanyahu in a few hours, literally in a few hours, and Israel saying, "Listen, the missiles have to be part of this," and they don't like what Witkoff tells them and says, "Screw this, we'll do it ourselves." I mean, you would think Netanyahu would communicate with the president and say, "Listen, why isn't this part of the deal, Mr. President? We've had this discussion in the White House a month ago about their ballistic missile program. If you're not going to do anything about it, we're going to have to." Could you imagine what could be going on behind the scenes? Just seen they launching missiles from the Black Sea into Ukraine. Their air alerts reader popping off. Yeah, I just read the article how they hit Kyiv heavy. Oh God! Don't say Luke. World War III. It's scary though. There's a lot of things going on. Definitely, Peter, mayhem behind the scenes. Because there's no way Israel's going to stand idly by if that missile program is not addressed. I just do not see Israel standing by. I don't. They may have to act unilaterally. They may have to. Michael says he thinks Israel will start it. The ceasefire deal with the Houthis, one example. Yeah, Brian, that's the thing. There's so much stuff out there. I can only imagine what they're still posting. Dude, it has been... It makes your head spin when you look at everything that they've been putting out. Literally, it is... And it's constant. It's almost like a 24-hour cycle. It's constant. And look how they're trying to intimidate their neighbors. Look at what they're doing. This is what they're doing. They're playing a psyop game with the neighboring countries. Look at this, what Iran International English just put out an hour ago. The IRGC-affiliated Fars news agency, in a post on its X account on Monday, published a photo of the UAE's airbase, which houses thousands of U.S. forces, without further comment. They just put the photo with no comment. Think about that head game right there. Sick. They didn't even have to put a word. It's a threat in alone. It just in that image alone is a threat. They did threaten Jordan. They did. But Jordan wasn't gonna. I mean, I don't think any of the planes that are in Jordan are there to get involved directly in a conflict. They are there for defense. That's their role. Defense. Really to protect Israel. That includes the UK fighters and stuff there too. That's a defensive posture. They said if they use their base to do any direct attacks to their country, that's how they threaten them. It is definitely extortion, intimidation. I mean, how else do you read that? You know? But that's what they're doing. And that's what they're doing to the neighbors. It's not even about the airspace now. It's not even about the airspace now. It's about you have bases of the U.S., you're a target. And that's what's got those countries rattled. Especially when they say, this is going to be a regional war. And of course they're doing that on purpose. I mean, if Qatar's offering them billions of dollars to take a nuclear deal, that's... what the hell? Yeah, there was a big barrage of missiles that hit Kyiv and other areas of Ukraine. Jesus Christ. I mean, it's almost 11 p.m. here. And even at this hour, I'm seeing stuff. It's like constant. You could get up at 3 o'clock in the morning and you'll still find stuff going on. It never stops. They must have 24-hour people sitting there pouring stuff all over the social media platforms and everything. They literally, that's their job, 24/7. Listen, no Fortnite, none of that. You're going to do this now. You can play Fortnite later, or Minecraft, or whatever the hell you play. But for right now, this is what you're going to do. I'm looking to see if I see anything else. The typical things that he said earlier that we covered, the audio, at least what he said at the White House. We're talking to Iran, and if we could work something out, that'd be great. And we can't, probably bad things would happen. But to even think that we could work things out doesn't make sense to me, because you can't work with these people. And part of these people is now everybody's labeled them pretty much, not everybody, a terrorist organization. So you're negotiating with a terrorist regime, right? It doesn't make sense to me. Oh my gosh. But then again, I'll say it again. I think this is all a ploy to say that he could say that he said all this. He tried. He did everything he could. He was listening. we did our part to see if there could be a deal made. No deal, and he's going to do what he's going to do. You know what I mean? That's an interesting quote, Bean. Dusty. That's funny. Unless we are positioning to all sides because of the uncertainty of Russia, China, and other countries. You all bring up interesting points, I'll tell you. And I mean, it's almost like brain fatigue after a while with it. Because it's just like so much. I'm gonna check the phone too. It kind of gets quiet at this time because they're busy like sleeping and getting at least some rest. Oh my God. If that's even true. I'm not even... I am not going to even put that on the screen. That is like if it's true, it breaks your heart. It is really sickening. You'd be shocked if you just type in Iran news on X. The vast majority is propaganda. That's how busy they are. It's overwhelmingly bad. It really is. They are very busy spamming and just flooding X with stuff. And I'm doing it on purpose to see. It's really bad on X. Elon, do something. Step in. It's bad. And Elon should definitely step in because some of the content, I don't know, Elon needs to maybe be made aware of the shit that's going on X. Seriously. You're supposed to be an ally of the president. By him not doing certain things right now makes me wonder about Elon. I'm being honest. And I'm sure many of you are aware what I'm talking about already. It's disgusting. I can't believe that thing I read though earlier that Qatar is offering billions of dollars to convince Iran to make a deal. That is... Oh my God. Among the potential options to stave off a military encounter between the U.S. and Iran is a compromise on ending Iran's enrichment of uranium. Iran could agree to suspend enrichment, already a reality, as opposed to giving up its right to enrich. Oh, please, let's not play with language now. And that's all that's going around still, that they're going to meet. They're going to meet. They're going to meet on Friday. I have not really heard any real confirmation on that. Unless somebody in chat has. What is this, Brian? That doesn't surprise me. But remember, this is what the Israelis have been talking about. And this is, you might be seeing this come out on purpose. This might be coming out on purpose. It's Israel sending a message. If you don't do something about it, we are. It could be as simple as that. An unnamed senior Israeli military official tells Khan News that Iran's ballistic missiles now pose an existential threat to Israel. You think? The official says Iran cannot coexist with Iran capable of launching mass missile salvos. Again, you think? According to the assessment, Tehran has nearly 2,000 missiles before last June war and has since accelerated production. I have seen that. I've seen that on the news. Because we do have, at least on my provider, News 12 and all that on my TV. The conclusion is clear. Any strike focused on Iran's nuclear program leaves the core threat intact. That's exactly. It just can't be nuclear. How many times are we going to say that? Okay, that's just part of the post. Comments. I don't know. I shake my head. You guys don't understand what's like. They've taken over. Oh man, I shouldn't even put it on. So there's an X channel. One was pro-people of Iran. It was 2 words. The regime put another word in front of it. So now they come up in the search engine, not the other. They are doing some really sly, slippery, sneaky, snaky shit. I'm telling you. I can't even. I'll go to another one. I'm just gonna, I don't want to, I don't know. You're gonna see it anyway. But not, this is not what I was talking about. This was 6 hours ago. I'll just read it. An Israeli security official, preparations for defense and attack have been completed, and we are now ready to carry out the orders of the political authorities. So it looks like Israel saying we're ready to go. Continuous high GPS interference in most of Tehran for almost a week. Reuters. As the United States prepares talks with Iran, confidence in negotiations is fading and military options are being considered. What is Grant? What is that president say? Damn, I missed it. That was a good point. So many lies just being thrown out as fact, and it doesn't take more than 2 seconds to fact check some of it. Exactly. Yes, mostly propaganda and espionage. It's so true. Exactly. Chaos, absolutely. And the missiles can pose a threat. I mean, they launched one, what was it, last week, 2 weeks ago? The test, the ICBM that headed towards Siberia in Russia. Smokey, that's what I'm saying. It wouldn't surprise me to see Israel launch a strike before the talks, especially if they think it's a bad deal and don't include ballistic missile program proxy groups. I agree. And that what I shared, I think it was Brian that put in there, that's valid. That could be putting it out there. Because that's that meeting in a few hours, really. Netanyahu and Witkoff. Look, just go back in time a month. Before all this started in Iran, with the horrific things that have been going on in the country. When Netanyahu visited the president, they were talking about the ballistic missile program in Iran. Because Netanyahu wants to act. There were reports on Channel 12, which I watch, that said Netanyahu came close twice to doing unilateral action on their missile program. Twice. They are ready to hit it. And if they doubt, because Israel's going to look after Israel, and they've made that clear. And the president may get angry, but you have to think about the absolute importance of Israel to the United States, even in a political sense. Look what's going on with the Gaza peace plan. There's so much at stake here. The president may get angry and be mad at Netanyahu, but Netanyahu's going to do what he's got to do. That's the bottom line. But he pretty much told the president, listen, we got to look at what's going on here. And, they're sharing intelligence. I mean, he has to be aware of what's going on there. And let me see if they're showing images of this. Not what I'm talking about right now, but something that made me think. I know I spelled I should change the title. I'm still thinking of hanging out for a little bit. I need to. Okay, this was January 30th. Okay, I'm going to bring the video up. So this is a before and after. Remember the facilities we hit in Iran? Midnight Hammer? Take a look. Well, I think this may be the site that Israel hit. It might be the one we hit, but look at this. Look at this shit. They're rebuilding. And why I say this, we have intelligence. We're watching. We know. Does that look like somebody who's going to stop their nuclear program? Does it? Really? Doesn't look like it to me. What are we negotiating? They're like little busy bees or ants rebuilding. And someone posted that a few days ago. They're busy. It's, I mean, that's the site that was hit in June. And then Fatux is saying totally something different. U.S. intelligence assessments show Iran made little progress rebuilding nuclear capabilities since the 2025 strikes. Enriched uranium at Isfahan and Fordow remains buried and untouched. Iran excavating deeper facilities beyond reach of conventional weapons, but not actively enriching to weapons-grade levels. You do know there was a report, and I keep referring to the report. I should look it up. Because I was looking at this stuff before anything even happened. I can't remember what month it was done. It was before, obviously the report came out before June. It had to be May. Let me see if I can at least find an article. See, that's not enough information because it's making reference to it. The IAEA, this is just referring to the report, it's not really getting to details, concluded that these three locations, the ones that were hit, and other possible related locations were part of an undeclared structured nuclear program carried out by Iran since the early 2000s, and that some activities used undeclared nuclear material. In the report, it says they didn't have access to some areas, and there were areas that were unknown, and they know that Iran was working at. Because I keep saying this, everybody focuses on Fordow, Isfahan. There was other hidden locations they were working at. The report indicates that they had no access to those areas. I'm trying to pull up the report. And this is just, again, highlighting, this is a Reuters article. It is highlighting some of the things that the report said. Look at the date. May 31st. The report was right around that time. IAEA boards requested comprehensive report on Iran, describes past secret program, current poor cooperation. They weren't giving them the access. Cameras weren't working at facilities. There was all kinds of issues. You should definitely take time to read the report. Western powers plan resolution against Iran at board, blah, blah, blah. Breach of obligations. Iran stock of near bomb grade. But you have to read the report. The report. This is talking about the three locations. But they also mentioned about sites that they had no access to. and some were unknown. But it's going to be difficult to find that report and pull it up. I don't want to waste my time. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow morning. The IAEA is still seeking explanation for uranium traces found years ago at 2 or 4 sites. So again, you trust them? Do you trust them in making a deal? I sure don't. And how are you going to verify it? They're going to have Americans there? Oh, the IAEA is going to go through this shit again? Who are we going to send to verify that they're keeping to their word? I mean, like, how do you verify it? It doesn't even make sense. Oh, that's awesome, Tammy. I'm glad you got to talk to your husband. Thank God. I'm going to get this PDF. I may have found it. I think I may have found it. It's definitely talking about the sites that were hit. I should go to the summary of the report, like the conclusion. It should be here. They went off on them. It was like some strong language. Okay, this is just one little piece. This report was May 31st, right before everything went down. Listen to this. Since February 16, 2021, the agency has not been able to verify Iran's total enriched uranium stockpile precisely on any given day, needing to rely instead on small proportion of the total being based on Iran's estimates. Based on the information provided by Iran, as described in the previous paragraphs and summarized, the agency has estimated that as of May 1725, Iran's total enriched uranium stockpile was 9,247.6 kilograms. This figure represents an increase of 953 since the previous quarter report. The estimated stockpile comprised 8,413 kilograms of uranium in the form, and it goes into the... I could share it on the screen. Now, about that 60%, we hear that number, 408. But remember, this is Iran's numbers, not verified. Did you hear that now? Remember that. This is the report. This is the actual report. So when you hear things, the devil's in the details. What's said publicly, you have to get a little bit more into the details of it. Good night. Is it Bean? No, Young. Good night, Young? Did somebody else leaving? Good night. Have a great night. Summary. Look at this. The agency's JCPOA-related verification monitoring has been seriously affected by the cessation of the implementation by Iran of its nuclear-related commitments. The situation has been exacerbated by Iran's subsequent decision to have all of the agency's JCPOA related surveillance and monitoring equipment removed. Remember I told you there's no cameras? Nothing. They're blind. The agency has lost continuity of knowledge in relation to the production and the current inventory of centrifuges, rotors, and bellows, heavy water, etc., which it will not be able to restore as a result of not having them being able to perform, blah, blah, blah. Iran's decision to remove all of the agency's equipment previously installed in Iran for surveillance and monitoring activities has also had detrimental implications for the agency's ability to provide assurance of the peaceful nature of their program. This isn't even the actual thorough report because you have to see the response. I may have to look for that. You got to see the comments area. I've got to go find it. Oh my gosh, it is scary. It is. I'm not joking. It is fucking scary. So you got to do some research on that. Maybe it's this. I may have to download this one. Oh, this is probably the one. Let's just go all the way to the bottom. I got to download this one. Okay, I'm just going to read the overall assessment. This is the day after. And I'm just going to read it because I think this is important. Because a lot of people see what they see in the media, but like I said, the devil's in the details. Overall assessment. I'm going to read it. I may need an apple juice. The analysis of the all available safeguards, relevant information, and the lack of answers and clarifications provided by Iran to the agency's questions related to 3 locations, specifically Lavisan, Shian, Varamin, and Marivan, has led the agency to conclude that these 3 locations and other possible related locations were part of an undeclared structured nuclear program carried out by Iran. But this was the early days until the early 2000s, and that some activities used undeclared nuclear material. Having evaluated all available safeguards, including information provided by Iran, information for safeguard activities conducted by the agency, and other relevant information, for example, open source and third party, the agency assesses that Iran retained unknown nuclear material and or heavy contaminated equipment and other assets arising from the former undeclared structured program at Turkuzabad in the period between 2009 and 2018, after which items were removed from the location. The agency has no credible indications of an ongoing undeclared structured nuclear program of the type described above in Iran, and notes that the statements of the highest officials in Iran that the use of nuclear weapons is incompatible with Islamic law. You hear that a lot. However, repeated statements by former high-level officials in Iran related to Iran having all capabilities to manufacture nuclear weapons continue to provide concerns in this area. While safeguarding enrichment activities are not forbidden in and of themselves, the fact that Iran is the only non-nuclear weapon state in the world that is producing and accumulating uranium enriched to 60% remains a matter of serious concern, which has drawn international attention. Summary. Here's the summary of it. And this is May 31st. Right before Midnight Hammer. While Iran continues to cooperate with the agency on matters of routine safeguards implementation, in a number of respects, as outlined in this report, in cooperation with the agency has been less than satisfactory. In particular, Iran has repeatedly either not answered or not provided technically credible answers to the agency's questions and has sanitized locations as listed in this report, which has impeded agency verification activities. How do you fucking trust them? Tell me how you trust them in a deal. I'm just saying, this is for a reason. The withdrawal of this designation of several experienced inspectors was also not in line with the required spirit of cooperation. Extensive consultations and exchanges, most recently on May 28, 2025, including at a high level between the agency and Iran, have so far not resulted in the agency receiving from Iran technically credible answers regarding the nuclear material at 3 locations. And it goes back to those older locations. And nuclear-related activities at all 4 locations described in the relevant sections of this report. Therefore, at present, the agency concludes that Iran did not declare nuclear material and nuclear-related activities at 3 undeclared locations in Iran. And it goes back to those places I mentioned. Because of the lack of technically credible answers provided by Iran, the agency is not in a position to determine whether nuclear material at these 3 undeclared locations in Iran has been consumed, mixed with other declared material, or is still outside of safeguards. So they're telling you, they have no idea what happened to this. None. Iran's insistence on a unique and unilateral approach to it legally binding obligation under modified code, blah, 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 obstructs the agency's visibility on relevant activities, thereby undermining the effective implementation of safeguards in Iran. Unlike all other states with the CSA, Iran is the only country that is not meeting its obligation related to the implementation of the modified code, blah, 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 contrary to the established practices of all such states. The rapid accumulation of highly enriched uranium is of serious concern and adds to the complexity of these issues described in this report, which the agency cannot ignore given the potential proliferation implications. In light of the above assessment, the Director General reiterates his urgent call upon Iran to completely, fully, and effectively cooperate with the agency until Iran assists the agency in resolving this outstanding issue. The agency will not be in a position to provide assurance that Iran's nuclear program is exclusively peaceful. Red Star, I don't do these Iran things on Twitch or X or anything like that because of the content. Okay, this is a joint statement. Get ready for this one. This is the one that got me freaked out when I read it. Let me make sure if this is it. Yeah, this is where it gets. I need an apple juice. I need an apple juice now. Now wait till you hear the rest. This is what I mean. This is what I mean. A lot of the public has never read the report or not aware of the report. This is right before the 12-day and right before Midnight Hammer. Do you remember all that talk about the report? Some of you might remember that they alluded to the report. And I can send you the link so you could download these reports yourself. Let me now get ready. I need a little sip first because this is the thing. This is the part I remember. I read that. I said, "Oh shit." Yeah, that's my refrigerator out there. I don't need to go to the refrigerator. It's right out there. Plenty. Okay. Excuse me. Wait, I got to do PPP on the side. Hold on. Yeah, I'll admit it. I ain't got a problem. New York finally did the right thing. About 4 years ago. All I know is I hope that the Republican Party can find a candidate to run against Hochul. I'll say that. Oh my God. Fuck. That's all. Just wanted to say that. Even though I don't want to get into that. All right. Here we go. Yeah. Here we go. This is the annex. I'll give you guys the link after I'm done, so you could download the reports. There's more current ones too, but this one was the one that alarmed me. Excuse me. Joint statement by the Director General of the IAEA and the Vice President of the Islamic Republic of Iran and head of the AEOI, Tehran, 26th. All right, wait. That's an older report. Hold on. This is all the statements. Fuck. That's old. This is not the one. We gotta find it. Oh, so this is the site I'm looking at. And I'll put the link in chat. I'll take the link and I'll give it to you guys. I think it's important that you see this for yourself. While I dig for the one I'm looking for, because there's so many. Because it might have been the report that came out afterwards. And it said board of directors, right? Because that's the one that's important. That is very important. It would be this one. Yeah, that's after they hit Midnight Hammer. Who was the one that they said at the top that makes the statement? Board of Governors. It's the Board of Governors. I'm gonna search that out. Maybe I can narrow it down. If anybody could find you won't believe what it says. It is crazy. It made me unnerved. Maybe if I go here. No PDFs there. If somebody finds it, let me know. You downloaded it? There has to be even an article related to it. Maybe this one with the Reuters. Maybe this one. At least Reuters might refer to it. So it was June 12th. It was June 12th. Now I got to go back to that site. There's nothing in between. May 31st. Then it goes to September 3rd. That's why it's missing. Resolutions. June 12th. Let's see if this is it. Maybe it's this one. I may have found it. Holy shit. I think I found it. Now there's no comment in here. Let me get out of that one. Fuck. Okay, this is the article because this is what I remember. But I want to see the actual report. And this is June 12th. That date rings a bell. Something came out where they had the board of directors comment on it. IAEA deplores Iran in breach of non-proliferation obligations. That's it, the resolution. 3 against. It's the resolution. That's what it was. They made comments. All right, I got to bring this up on my screen. I've got to find this. You guys are going to, when you see it and hear it, it's freaking scary. That's why I say there's no way you can make a deal with them. There's no way you can make a deal with them on their nuclear program. They are not to be trusted in any possible way. Who's going to verify it? Look, the IAEA can't even. Declared. Damn it. Oh, now it wants me to pay. Damning report. Okay, it goes back to that June 12th is an important date. June 12th, 2025. Very important date. If anybody could find the IAEA June 12th document from 2025, that's the one we want to read. This one doesn't have it. June 12th. It was the UN's nuclear watchdog. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I've got to find this document. And it says about the growing concerns about it. I'll just tell you what they're describing. The draft on for Thursday's resolution highlights serious and growing concerns since 2019 that Iran had failed to cooperate fully with the UN agency's inspectors. Tehran has repeatedly been unable to explain and demonstrate that its nuclear material was not being diverted for future enrichment or for military use. The draft text maintains, we've got to find that one. Iran has also failed to provide the UN agency with technically credible explanations for the presence of man-made uranium particles at those sites that was in that first report I read. Unfortunately, Iran has repeatedly either not answered or not provided technically credible answers to the agency's questions. It has also sought to sanitize the locations, which has impeded agency's verification activities. According to Mr. Grossi, Tehran has stockpiled 400 kilograms of highly enriched uranium, but that is not what they couldn't confirm. Remember what I read earlier. They couldn't confirm about the missing stuff. Was it used? Did they put it somewhere else? Has it been used for something else? Remember that part. That's why we need the whole... Given the potential proliferation implications, the agency cannot ignore this. And how do we trust them? Oh, let me see, Brian. And I'm going to check yours first, Dusty. I think that might be the one I just read before. Yeah, that's the same one I was just looking at. You have to see the comments. You got to see the comments. See, this might have a little of it, though. There's a lot here, though. There is. I mean, we could read this one instead of me spending all night trying to find the other. I'll just read some of it. This is a good chunk of it. This is a good one. Thank you, Dusty. This is a good one. This is a good one. Let me see what Brian put. Yes, that's connected. Yes. That was the same article I was just looking at. Brian, that's the same article. Okay. Look at the link that Dusty put in there. Let's make this easier for people. Go to the link that Dusty Witch put in chat. Click on it and read it for yourself. This is right before the 12-day war and right before Midnight Hammer. Just don't think about Fordow and Isfahan, Natanz, okay? The ones we hit. There is some seriously unanswered questions. We hear that 400 kilogram number. And that's why I always used to say, are you sure? Are you sure about that? Are you sure? Now, intelligence may say yes. Israeli Mossad might have helped. I don't know. Dusty, you got it. That's great. Thank you. I could read it for those who are not in chat or not. The Board of Governors. I'm just going to read it. Get ready. Commending the continued professional, independent, impartial efforts of the IAEA, Director General, and the Secretariat, including its inspectors, to implement Iran's Non-Proliferation Treaty Safeguard Agreements, NPT, and to resolve the long outstanding safeguard issues in Iran. They're going through let me get to the good stuff. Regretting that despite the above resolutions by the board and numerous opportunities provided by the Director General since 2019, Iran has failed to provide the cooperation required under its safeguards agreement, impeding agency verification activities, sanitizing locations, and repeatedly failing to provide the agency with technically credible explanations for the presence of uranium particles and anthropogenic origin at several undeclared locations in Iran, or information on the current locations of nuclear material, or information on the current locations of nuclear material and or of contaminated equipment. instead stating, inconsistent with the agency's findings, that it had declared all nuclear material and activities required under the safeguard. Noting that the Director General's conclusion contained in Gov 2025-25 that Iran did not declare nuclear material and nuclear-related activities at 3 undeclared locations in Iran. Again, the names I mentioned earlier, I don't feel like trying to repronounce them. I'll just say it. Lavisan, Shan, Varamin, and Turkuzabad. And that because of the lack of technically credible answers by Iran, the agency is not in a position to determine whether the nuclear material at these undisclosed locations in Iran had been consumed, mixed with other declared material, or is still outside of safeguards. So they have no idea what happened to it. Nothing. Noting with the concern of the agency's conclusions that these undeclared locations were part of an undeclared structured program carried out by Iran until the early 2000s, and that some of these activities used undeclared nuclear material. So this is years ago, but the material is unaccounted for. Noting with concerns the agency's conclusion that Iran retained unknown nuclear material and or heavy contaminated equipment and other assets arising from the former undeclared structure program to Khuzabad in the period between 2009 and 2018, after which items were removed from the location, the whereabouts of which remain unknown. They have no idea. There's a lot of unknowns here. Noting that the Director General's conclusion that the material balance of the uranium involved in undeclared uranium metal production experiments conducted at some laboratory in between 1995 and 2000 includes amounts of nuclear material still unaccounted for, and that the agency is not in a position to determine whether this material has been, again, consumed, mixed, all that thing. Look at all these violations that the IAEA has been going through with confirming or trying to verify what Iran is doing or not doing. And we're going to make a deal with these people. That's why I'm reading it. We're going to make a deal with these people. How are we going to verify it? Tell me how we're going to verify it. We're going to have Americans there? You're going to send the IAEA back in there? You're going to put monitoring equipment in there? They shut it down for them. What makes you think you're going to change that? You think Iran's going to have American observers? Is that going to be part of the deal? Who gets to make sure that, I mean, really? We're going to have Turkey do it for us? I mean, do you guys see what I'm saying? This shit is so nonsensical, just breaking it down for so many reasons. Let's keep going. It's not over. Recalling, there's a bunch. Recalling Iran's continued refusal to implement a code contrary to the legal obligation that it accepted in 2003, and which it cannot modify or suspend unilaterally in accordance with Article 39, blah, blah, blah. And Iran's failure to provide the agency with design and preliminary design information regarding new and planned nuclear facilities, as required by code, which obstructs the agency's visibility of safeguards, relevant activities, and thereby undermines the effective implementation of safeguards. They were supposed to. Designs, showing how they were going to build newer facilities, what they were going to be comprised of, what kind of equipment's going to be in there, what are they? None. Denied. Iran denied it. Exactly. Our greatest allies even hide all their stuff. We all hide our stuff. But this was something they were obligated by law to the agreement that they signed and they agreed to. Remember that. in 2003. This all relates to something that they agreed to. This is back to not Obama days. This goes back to Bush years. This is something that is originally agreed to upon. Because people might get that confused. That treaty. This has nothing to do. This is something different. Noting with concern to the Director General's conclusions most recently that these issues stem from Iran's obligations under the NPT Safeguards Agreement, Non-Proliferation Treaty. That's different than the Obama thing. And until Iran's assist the agency in resolving the outstanding issues, the agency will not be able to be in a position to provide assurance that Iran's nuclear program is exclusively peaceful. Noting, in this context, the Director General's serious concern regarding the rapid accumulation of highly enriched uranium by Iran, the only state without nuclear weapons that is producing such material, which the Director General notes that the agency cannot ignore given the potential proliferation implications. Regretting Iran's failure to provide the agency with technically credible explanations regarding undeclared nuclear material despite the Director General's ongoing efforts to obtain progress from Iran on resolving outstanding safeguards. These are the ones that are older. Issues and improving cooperation with the agency, including the high-level meetings between the agency and Iran in Tehran on April 2025, and the full implementation of the joint statement between the IAEA and Iran of 4 March 2023. So this has been something that they've been working on in the older stuff, like recalling that both sides have recognized that such engagements could pave the way for wider agreements amongst parties. This thing is extensive. Reiterating its concern that Iran has still not provided necessary, full, and unambiguous cooperation with the agency, and has not taken the essential and urgent actions as decided by the board in its June and November 2024 resolutions, with the consequence that safeguard issues remain outstanding despite numerous interactions with the agency since 2019, with serious implications for the agency's ability to ensure verification of the non-diversion of nuclear material required to be safeguarded under Iran's NPT Safeguards Agreement to nuclear weapons or other nuclear explosive devices, and concern that the agency is at an impasse with regards to resolving these issues. Deeply regrets that, despite repeated calls from the board and many opportunities offered, Iran has failed to cooperate fully with the agency as required by its Safeguard Agreement. Strongly supports the agency and requests the Director General to continue his efforts to implement fully the agency Safeguard Agreement with Iran, as this and previous resolutions, and to report any significant developments to the board as appropriate. Finds that Iran's many failures to uphold its obligations since 2019 to provide the agency with full and timely cooperation regarding undeclared nuclear material and activities at multiple undeclared locations in Iran. This should alarm you. As detailed in the report, constitutes non-compliance with its obligation under its safeguard agreements with the agency in the context of Article blah, 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 blah. Finds also, consistent with Article 19 of Iran's Comprehensive Safeguards Agreement, that the agency is not able to verify that there has been no diversion of nuclear material required to be safeguarded under the agreement to nuclear weapons or other nuclear explosives. This has nothing to do with the 400 kilograms you hear about. Understand that. That's confirmed. This is the other stuff you should be concerned about. Very concerned. That's why this report was important. Finds also consistent with, I think I just said about that, didn't I? Yeah. Finds also that the Director General's inability To provide assurance that Iran's nuclear program is exclusively peaceful gives rise to questions that are within the competence of the United Nations Security Council, as the organ bearing the main responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security, consistent with Article blah blah blah, and expresses its grave concern in this regard. Requests the Director General to continue his efforts to implement this and previous resolutions, and to report again, including any further developments on the issues raised. The board will address the timing and content of the report required, blah, 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 with all the statutes. Reaffirms its decision that it is essential and urgent in order to ensure verification of non-diversion of nuclear material that Iran acts to fulfill its legal obligation, and with the view to clarifying all outstanding safeguard issues, take the following actions without delay. This is what they're supposed to provide. This is, just remember, we're supposed to be negotiating with a nuclear deal. Just remember that. Look what they've been going through. Provide technically credible explanations for the presence of uranium particles in anthropogenic origin in 2 undeclared locations in Iran. Inform the agency of the current location of the nuclear material and or of the contaminated equipment. Provide all information, documentation, answers that the agency requires for that purpose, and provide access to locations and material the agency requires for that purpose. Remember, this is not Fordo, this is not Natanz, this is not the ones we hit. Isfahan, no, it's not those. Underscores Iran's legal obligation to implement code and provide all necessary design and preliminary design for new future plants developing stuff, facilities. Underlines that the provision by Iran of this information and access and the subsequent verification of the IAEA pursuant to Iran's NPT safeguards, that's different, agreement, is essential for the Secretariat to be in a position to report the issues as no longer outstanding, and therefore remove the need for the board's consideration and action on these issues. Calls upon Iran to urgently remedy its non-compliance with the Safeguards Agreement by taking all steps deemed necessary by the agency and the board so that the Director General can provide the necessary assurances regarding the correctness and completeness of Iran's declarations pursuant to its Safeguards Agreement. Stresses its support for a diplomatic solution to the problems posed by the Iranian nuclear program, including the talks between the United States and Iran, leading to an agreement that addresses all international concerns related to Iran's nuclear activities, encouraging all parties to constructively engage in diplomacy. Decides to make the text of this resolution as well as the Director General's reports on this issue available to the public, and it did. That's the report I want to find. Decides to remain seized of the matter. We need to find that other one. I know a lot of big stuff is going on in Ukraine. They hit Kyiv really heavy and other cities. It's really bad. Russia hit Ukraine heavy, hard. I know. That's right, Constant Gunner. So, to be or not to be 400 kilograms. Is it really? But where's the other stuff? What about these undisclosed locations? What about other locations that we have no access to? People are so focused on the sites we hit, it's what we don't know that scares me more. It's like, we totally decimated their nuclear program. Yeah, over there you did. Oh yeah. That's a yes. What about other places? And what about the past that is missing? That they don't know what the hell happened? At 3, really 4 locations, but 3 they're really focused on. We don't know. We don't know. We don't know where that material is. We don't know where the contaminated equipment is, whatever. We don't know. They won't tell us. Remember, they disabled cameras, surveillance equipment. They were blind. The IAEA was blind. They told them they had to take scientists out. Do you remember all this? No? This is not good. So how the hell do we trust them in a deal? How? Look what they do blatantly. How do you trust? I don't trust at all. I don't know what the details of this is like. What is the verification process? I mean, are we going to see, and you're not going to, missiles don't have transponders. I mean, we could look at the air traffic, civilian, and you're not going to see the military. If that's an active engagement. You're not going to see military craft. I would highly doubt you'll see much, if at all. You might see our drones flying around or something else just to monitor what the hell's going on. I wouldn't be surprised at that. My grandmother's from here. It's crazy. You're not seeing anything on as is a drone. We have one of our drones out there though. We're watching. We're watching with the Triton. Oh, it's the Global Hawk. I thought it might have been the Triton. We're watching and monitoring the area, especially the Black Sea. I would think that this is probably a heavily monitored area, freaking right about now. NATO's out there. NATO's watching. Netherlands. So this is what we can see. Don't expect to see much. Why did my light just go off? Now let's see what about the civilian. Kazakhstan. Nada. Nothing. Nothing. They're avoiding the area like the plague. But I don't know the normal traffic through here, so I can't judge that. I cannot make a... We would have to look at playback and see what the traffic is like. But look how... you could see. There's nothing going on. Everybody's going this way. Now, is that the flight path normal? I don't know. Why don't we check X? So remember about that Iran trusting them to keep their word on any deal. I say absolutely not. Based on history, currently, throughout time, you cannot trust them. And good luck verifying it. What, you're going to put cameras? They ripped them out. They cut them out. What are you going to do? Then you know what? Then we'll have another problem. Months from now, weeks from now, or let's just say months from now. Okay, we agreed to the deal. Now we have to do the verification process. You know how many bullshit's going to come with that alone? And then what do? Go back? Start this shit all over again? Does it make sense? Makes no sense to me. From a practical... It's not even practical. When you think about that part, it doesn't even make sense. So, yeah, Russia launches major missile barrage on Ukraine. 9 minutes ago, Let's just, here we go. Let's see if we see some video. Oh, Jesus Christ. 25 minutes ago. This, but doesn't mean the video's 25 minutes ago. My screen's too bright. Let's see if we see some videos. So fucked up. I'll put this map up. Okay. Russia launched massive combined drones and missile attacks against Ukraine. Power and other infrastructure targeted. There are no... This is what they're saying. Since early night, dozens of ballistic missile strike drones, hypersonics. I mean, this is just like a shitload. Kyiv, Dnipro, all these places. Oh my God. And it's freezing. This is so fucked up. What's going on here? What? Top scientist. What's going on? I missed something. That's true too, Kevin. That's a great point. What happens when Trump is out of office? I mean, if the Democrats get in. Oh my gosh. Yes, they said they had to take it. What do you think of the... Oh, you're going to start with the UFO stuff? I know James Fox. I mean, the man has done incredible stuff, but I also depend on what other people tell me. Some people think that shit is real, but they're not sure about the video. A lot of people believe it's real. The video, they're on the fence. About Tehran's compliance. I'm going to bookmark this for tomorrow. Whoever put that in the chat. Dusty, thanks. I'm going to save it for tomorrow. Because I want to focus on this Ukraine thing right now. Ukraine is currently experiencing intense aggression and NATO forces are on high alert in Poland. No wonder we've seen the NATO plane. Holy shit. Flash Intel put this out. Map, all of Ukraine is getting pounded right now. Barrage of drones and missiles. Almost all of Ukraine is red. Holy shit. Wow. And this is, look at 30 minutes ago. Look at all that. Air raid alerts. Jesus Christ. Missile tracking. Cruise missiles previously flying. Rockets are moving northwest through. Holy shit. Report indicates bombs have been dropped. Explosions reported. It's going down heavy in Ukraine. Oh, man. Fuck. Another grim morning for Ukraine. And guess what kind of drones we use? Iranian drones. Dozens of Shaheds in our skies. The attack has been going on for over 5 hours. That map I just showed you was the air raid map, alert map. Caliber and KH-101 cruise missiles launches confirmed. Jesus Christ. Then think about the civilians there. I'm seeing if I see more videos. I mean, it's gut-wrenching. It really is. For hours, Russia has been conducting a combined missile, warplane, drone, and warship attack on Ukraine's energy infrastructure in the winter. People are going to freeze to death, literally. With multiple explosions reported in various Ukrainian cities. Why do I think? Because I speak to a lot of people in the UFO community, and I get their opinions too. It's not just James Fox. There was a pause, Kevin, a pause. Not a ceasefire, there was a pause. The president asked Putin to do a pause for a week. They're supposed to meet Thursday and Friday in Abu Dhabi, trilateral, Ukraine, Russia, US. So meanwhile, that's going on in Abu Dhabi. Go figure. Okay, here's another video. I hear Shaheds being downed right now overhead. Kyiv is under attack. Residential buildings are burning. Multiple Russian missiles entering Ukrainian airspace. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, God. Remember, it's really cold there, too. And there's that red alert map again. I'm sure we'll see a lot more by tomorrow, a lot of videos coming out. There's not that much that I'm finding right now. I'm going to try a different way. They agreed not to strike Ukraine for a week. This is not the case. Putin launches attacks straight away. So he totally didn't listen to the president. Totally didn't. That was the pause. Remember the president said that? I spoke to Putin. He's agreed to pause for a week. No, he didn't. Jesus Christ. They're saying they're shooting down the drones from fucking Iran. I'm telling you, this is, I mean, it's sickening. Hold on. Dang. I'm just trying to see if you guys are saying anything. I'm gonna see if I can keep finding videos. 5 hours ago. Is this the one? Yeah, we just seen that one. Or it's a different take. Yeah, this is different. Trump said Putin promised him not to attack Ukraine's energy sector this week during the severe cold. Putin mocked Trump. Right now, Russia is launching new strikes on power plants in Kyiv and Dnipro. The massive attack continues. Ukraine. Oh, this is so fucked up. This is messed up. I can only imagine what the president's thinking right now. I can only imagine how pissed off he's right now. That Putin didn't listen to him. I can only imagine his reaction tomorrow morning, or even on Truth Social. Let's see. He stays up. He never sleeps. Barely. No. No. Nothing on True Social. Yet. That apartment building video is all over the place. What's this one? This is different. Maybe a different angle? Different building? Probably a different angle, because this looks like the top floor from a different angle. From the side of the building. Actually, that looks like a totally different building. Now that I look at the two of them side to side. These are the videos coming out. Again, a different angle. Might be one of the two. The two buildings don't look similar, so it could be two different buildings, but different angles too. Oh shit. Allegedly, here's another video. 38 minutes ago. I think it was 38 minutes ago. Holy shit. They are hitting their power. They are so fucked up. They know they're gonna, that's hurting civilians in extreme cold. How cruel is that? Hitting the power for the people. Trying to make them submit by harming civilians. Your people are suffering. Give in. Give up. Holy shit. The Art of War? And the same building they're showing over and over. The Russian Armed Forces. What is this video? Interceptors? What is this? Those are fucking stars. That's a poor video. You can't really see anything. What's the date? That's old. They're talking about all the stuff they're going after. It could still be going on. Somebody said that's in Ukraine. It's freezing outside, and Russia repeatedly attacks Ukraine's power infrastructures, leaving our people without electricity and consequently heating. They are literally trying to freeze us to death. This is genocide. Never stop talking about Ukraine. So that, I mean, I think 4 minutes ago. Here we go. The Kyiv Independent. Russian shows a freezing February night, damaging buildings. Casualties reported as Russia resumes large-scale strikes on Kyiv. The attack came amid a larger strike on Ukrainian cities. Russia launched a massive overnight ballistic missile and drone attack. They're saying 2 people are injured. In the capital, air defenses were activated around 12:30 a.m. local time. Explosions were heard shortly afterward. Explosions continued to rock the city over the next hour. So yeah, it was overnight. Alexa, what time is it in Kyiv, Ukraine right now?
It's 7:20 a.m. in Kiev, Ukraine.
Horrible. It's minus 2.2 Fahrenheit in Kyiv. Oh my God. Alexa, what's the temperature here?
It's 13 degrees right now, with a high of 33 and a low of 4 for the day.
Man, that's horrible how cold it is. It's going down to 1 here, and I could tell you, it's fucking cold out there. I can't imagine there's no heat. Speaking of that, I gotta put wood in the fire. I can't imagine.
Yep, that's absolutely brutal weather. Stay cozy by that fire. Sounds like you've got the right idea keeping it fed with wood. Nothing beats a good fire.
Alexa, stop talking. I can't imagine just standing. I still feel the heat behind me and feeling this insane sheet of cold in front of me. To think that's what the people of Ukraine are going through, even worse than that. I can't even imagine. You guys are laughing at Alexa. I can't. It's freezing out here. Could you imagine having an argument with this thing? I can't even imagine, though, with what's going on with Kyiv. And it's, what, 12? It said? 11? What's the temperature here? 13. And I'm going to tell you, but I'm in a t-shirt, not a t-shirt, but a short sleeve. You go out there, I'll get sick. Like, that is so crazy cold out there. You talk about another 15 degrees lower. It was -3 this morning when I walked the dog, and that air too cold like that is not good for the dog. Do your whiz, we're getting right back in. It's no good for the lungs, everything. No good. No good. Prolonged out there for anything, including animals, of course. No good. So That was like, oh my God, it's freezing out here. Let's get back inside. That's brutal to think that without heat. But that's what's going on. Anyway, the reason I went through that whole background on the issues that the IAEA has, and even the UN with the non-proliferation, the NPA, that Iran agreed to in 2003, plus the IAEA's problems with confirming anything with Iran, and it's been going on for decades. It's not new. It's been going on for quite some time with them, since 2003 when they agreed to it with the NPA, non-proliferation agreement. Do we trust them in an agreement? I mean, seriously? Does anybody think in chat that we can trust the Iranians when it comes to a nuclear deal? In any way? In any way? I would like to see somebody say yes, and please tell me why. I mean, looking at history, looking at record, there's hell no. Hell no. So I don't want to look at chat because I want to just like see it when, if anybody does. Oh my God. Nope. No. Dusty, you're messed up. Yes, Bill, we can trust them. We can trust that they will never honor it. Oh my God. It's like people suddenly forgot about the killings. I know I haven't. But you see, you have to think about what the narrative is right now. Well, we're saying, a lot of us here, and I would say probably a vast majority of Americans are, about this deal. What? Deal with them? What are you, nuts? And I'm sure people all over the world definitely, as from what is going on right now, because the only way that the United States gets directly involved, kinetically, cyberly, whatever you want to call it, to help the people of Iran, is that the president makes the decision, it's go time. Now we got to get there. And this is part of what we got to deal with, this talk about this nuclear negotiation. You can't get from A to C without going to B, if B happens, before we can conclude what happens to C. So, all this talk about this meeting potentially in Turkey makes a lot of people say, what the fuck? And I'm sure Netanyahu's going to have a lot to say in a few hours to Steve Witkoff. Oh, is he going to hear it? First, tell me what you're offering to the Iranians. Is it just nuclear? What about the missile? What about the money to the proxies? What about, and I don't know if Netanyahu is going to bring it up because he's looking at the personal interests of Israel. Would he say, what about the people in Iran? Because remember, from Israel's point of view, they would love to see the regime fall, because they can now establish peace. If Reza Pahlavi comes in, he's already said it, I'm going to recognize Israel as a state, we're going to have relations. That is a definite national security to Netanyahu. That is like a freaking perfect scenario to end the regime and death to Israel and everything they've been dealing with, the proxies, and this is like the best possible scenario for Israel moving forward, if it were to happen. So there's a lot riding on the line for Israel itself. So and that's why somebody said it in chat here. If Israel doesn't get the answer that they like, they may be a wild card in this. They may decide to attack Iran because they said today they're ready, both defensively and offensively. They think they're ready now. Whatever that means, that's what they said. Would Israel act unilaterally and attack Iran if they don't hear what they don't like? If they hear what they don't like? Would they? Or is it going to be the president tells, listen, Bibi, you wait till I decide first. You don't make any moves until I decide what I'm going to do first. Do you know what I mean? It's like, I think that now what's going to be curious is the statements made after that meeting, if any, and is it going to be vague? I would look at Netanyahu's expressions, his body language. That might give me an idea how that meeting went. Not necessarily what he says. Tone, like I said, body language, facial expressions, even eyeing. Believe it or not, eyeing. Because you know when the eyes move when somebody says something and they're like, oh shit, that kind of thing. So I don't, like I said, I don't even know if this meeting's going to actually take place. I don't even know if it's going to happen. Yes, the posturing afterwards is going to be interesting. Yes. Well, Alexa, what time is Netanyahu planning to meet with Steve Witkoff today?
Steve Witkoff is scheduled to meet with Prime Minister Netanyahu today, but I don't have the exact time.
Fuck. I had to try, right? You know what? Let's try something. Hold on. What time is it? Shit. I don't know if they go live. And then they do Hebrew. Sometimes, I just shut the TV off. Sometimes they do Hebrew programming, the news. Because remember, what time is it in Israel right now? Maybe 7:30 a.m.? Alexa, what time is it in Tel Aviv?
It's 7:31 a.m. in Tel Aviv.
That's what I thought.
Turmoil, one defiant penguin is breaking the internet.
It's the bottom of the hour. They might be having news on now. This is I-24.
Israel's gaming industry is finally stepping out of the shadows of its
They're doing a different type of show.
Local studios and investors
Let me see what's coming out at 1 a.m.
Even as the sector adapts to new challenges and opportunities. Some experts say Israel has fallen behind in scale, while others call gaming an untapped national growth engine. So, which one is it? To map out the Israeli gaming land?
Okay. That's it could be recorded programming that runs on I-24 right now. But I thought the news might be on. Just to hear what's coming out of. Are you going to try to go to? I just did. Master, I just literally did. Now I can go because, I mean, I could look for the other programming that I can get access to. Did you hear that about the gaming? I love the people in Israel too. I actually have, married, like, into the family. It's amazing when you think about it. All I know is, look, and if you're in Israel, and you know this, Netanyahu, and I know there are people in Iran, God forbid, and Israel, that whole Benjamin Netanyahu in itself, depending on how you view it, you want to see him go to court and deal with his issues. The whole thing, the questionable thing that horribly would happen on October 7th, all that whole deal. I'm not going to get into the internal issues of Israel because I have no place in that. But I will say this, and he did meet with the opposition party leader. He has to look right now, whether you like him or not, he has to do what's best for the interests of Israel and protecting the state of Israel. And if that means he has to act unilaterally to do it against Iran, so be it. Because he's going to. He has to. His obligation, like our president is to our citizens, is to his citizens. Now, I don't know how you guys all are dealing with this internally. I have no clue what the people do you want to take. Are you supportive of a preemptive strike against Iran? I mean, after the 12-day and the missile barrages coming in, and even from October 7th, sadly, having to scramble every time that horrific sound came up on your phone. You know the one. I know the one because I was monitoring what was going on in Israel. I would be riding my bicycle and the red alert, I have to pull off the bike on the side and see what the hell was going on now. And I still have it to this day and it's active. You know what I'm talking about. That sound you do not want to hear. This can actually cause people to have PTSD and to have flashbacks that are not good because they may have lost somebody or somebody may have gotten injured or maimed. But I have it ready because I want to know. And here's the test sound. That fucking sound. It's a sound I don't want to hear. No one in Israel wants to hear that sound. God forbid. This thing went off a couple of weeks ago when there was an earthquake. It went off last week, a terrorist infiltration in the southeast. I pay attention. And I'm sure all of you do too. And once you know what you need to do, pay very close attention. I would think that almost every Israeli family or person or majority of people have this, right? That sound is fucking awful. But I have it because, oh man. That's right. He should do what he's got to do for his country. He should. It is the Red Alert app. Yes, Smokey. I had one apple juice and I think that'll suffice for the night because the night didn't go as planned as I thought. I was going to play some music, do something different, play some drums. It didn't end up that way. Came right back to this. In my opinion, I think they might pull the trigger first now that the U.S. is there. Again, Angel, if Netanyahu later today, it doesn't get a good feel or a good vibe or good information or however you want to interpret it from Witkoff, he might say, oh shit. Because he's going to see what the details are that the United States is asking. I don't even want to say it's an ask. It's more like demanding. These are our conditions. Take it or leave it. But when I start hearing words of compromise, that we may allow them to enrich uranium to a certain percentage, I thought it was 0. But now I'm hearing word that they might allow them to do it to a certain level. I'm like, well, that's different. So that's what concerns me, that talk. But the other stuff has to be on the table. The missile program, money to proxies, the people of Iran. I mean, what happened to the people of Iran in this equation? What about releasing all those that are detained and in the prisons what about them? That was originally part of it. Unless that's been taken off the board. Israel. I wouldn't mess with Israel. I would not mess with them. Look what happened in this 12-day, even though they try to brag that they had the upper hand. Do you see that? Isn't that laughable in itself when you see people saying, yeah, we were the winners of the 12-day war. We sent all those missiles and a lot of them got through. What happened in Iran? Even though as horrible, to even compare them is disgusting, really. But remember, Iran was so vulnerable. Their airspace was completely vulnerable. You could have sent in bombers. You could have sent in anything over their airspace with no resistance. They were flying at will. Iran was totally crippled. They had no air defenses. They were done. They were exposed completely. You might have gotten some missiles through and done significant damage. But at least one thing, Israel's defensive measures kept trying to intercept. You had zero. Forget about the numbers. Yes, a few of those hypersonics in Israel had definitely issues with. What could have Israel done? Think about it. You are so fortunate that Israel didn't unleash unholy hell on Iran then. Probably because the president pulled them back a little bit from going to that point. To me, that's when you should have took them out. But to me, that was an opportunity lost right there, big time. That was a freaking opportunity because they were. Remember, how many missiles did they launch? They must have depleted their drones and missile supply by then, despite how many came in. They had to be getting low, right? They were so vulnerable. We should have took them out then. We should have took them out then. So I don't want to hear when Iran brags about this or that. You were close to being so screwed. You are so lucky that you're still even around now, that regime and the IRGC. They were taking out their commanders and scientists, and their air defenses was wiped out, and Israeli planes flying all over at will. United States comes in, hits the facilities, no sign of any flak or tracer fire in the air. Are you fucking kidding me? And you think you won? And they even admitted it too. Did you see how they admitted it? There's something important that was said today. There will be no more symbolic strikes. Oh, I gotta find that. That was the reference to Qatar. That was the reference to Qatar. Remember they were bragging, we hit the U.S. base in Qatar. They just admitted that it was a symbolic thing because they gave prior notice. They actually told the truth. Think about that. They actually kind of slipped. They kind of slipped. Now that I think about it. I gotta see it. Here it is. Oh, I don't want to put this asshole on my screen. But it is important about the quote. Oh God, please. Forget about this dick. The armed forces are on maximum alert, and the Iranians have said that even a symbolic attack will be seen as the beginning of a full-scale war. A symbolic attack, because they did a symbolic attack in Qatar at the end, remember? Where Qatar had prior knowledge that the missiles were coming in, which gave them time to prepare to shoot them down. Even the president said, yeah, we knew about it. We knew about it. We knew what was going on. They were coming. Not this time. Don't think there's going to be any kind of symbolic warnings this time. They're telling them. This time you will not get a warning. So, yeah. They kind of slipped. Because they bragged back then that, yes, we fired at their base in Qatar and hit the target and we struck the American base. In their symbolic strike. This time around could be tricky, Bill. The IRGC learned. Oh, I said that many times. They learned about the 12th day. They learned what they consider the vulnerabilities of Israel's defense. Iron Dome, what got through, what didn't. You don't think they know that? I've said it many times already. And that's the scary part. And China's involvement with tech for those missiles concerns me a lot. Or even arming them with other types of military equipment, assets. It's concerning. What do you think they've been building now since? What do you think they've been focused on building at least? ICBMs, upgrading. Oh, they're learning. They learn hypersonics. That's scary. And good morning from Cyprus. Good morning to you, Cluster. And my friend told me 3 weeks ago, Angel, the commander that was on, he said it to me privately, and he even mentioned that when he was on with us. He said, the conversations we had privately, the first thing he told me was there was a rumor behind the scenes. He told me this. Behind the scenes. That Iran would retaliate with a dirty bomb or bombs. He told me that like 3 weeks ago. That scared the shit out of me when he told me that. That there's a rumor that is going around that they are going to retaliate with a dirty bomb. That scared me when he told me that, Commander. Now, it's never been confirmed or denied, all that. The last time I seen a number, I think it said that this is all speculation. I have no evidence. I think I remember seeing a number that allegedly Israel has 90 nuclear weapons. Let's ask this thing. Alex, it's probably going to say the same thing I said. Probably they've never confirmed it. They're not considered a nuclear. I'm very curious to see the answer of this. Alexa, how many nuclear weapons does Israel have?
Israel is believed to have about 90 nuclear warheads. Their policy of not confirming or denying this information makes exact numbers uncertain.
Oh shit, it said exactly what I said in reverse. I know that's going to confuse you, Alexa. I know it. Wow. I wasn't expecting that. Yeah, that's why I didn't want to show that asshole on the screen. Constant Gardener. That's why I said what I said when I put that up, but it was with the context of what was said in there. I can't stand that dude. He makes my blood. I'm so glad Goldie got him. I was like, yes, Goldie, get this fuck. Oh, it was great. Good on her for that. And hello in Israel. Good morning to you. People reckon it was an Israeli test. And I send my love and blessings to the people of Israel. And of course, everywhere, definitely Iran. But of everything. I can't even imagine what you're all going through and how tense it is in Israel right now, too. Yeah, they have been hitting Hezbollah a lot. Oh, heck yes. Oh, yes, Smokey. Oh, that's got to be driving them crazy. Oh, they're going hard at it, Hezbollah. They're hitting southern Lebanon hard. And they're taking out commanders. They're doing their thing. They're doing their thing. There's no doubt about that. Someone's making my blood boil. That dude, I'm not even going to put him on the screen again. What's his name, Morandi? Yeah, Morandi. Maybe that's why it's taking so long to prepare. Bill, do you believe China will make a move on Taiwan once this war begins? Holy shit. Look what Russia's doing in Ukraine. I wonder if that's like the largest barrage they've done. Probably not. Would anyone be surprised? Them knowing that now we're in a major conflict with Iran and we're dealing with that at the same time? Look where all our assets are. We're moving so much. What do we do? What do we do if China does move on Taiwan at the same time we have now started the attack on Iran? That's an interesting thing to think about. And I'm sure people have a million opinions on that. But it is that's an excellent question. Who's saying goodnight? Somebody's leaving. Good night, Brian. I'll put my camera out sometime and we'll do like the UFO thing and talk about it. I'll bring people on that I know. I know so many. People that know me know my background. That's what I do. I can bring so many. I had Linda Moulton Howe. I was talking to her not a few days ago. I don't think it's the large, but I don't think it's over yet either. Bean says, I don't think so myself. We still have the 7th Fleet in the Pacific as well as everyone in there told China, you take Taiwan, we defend it. Well, talk is one thing. Remember, action speaks louder than words. And do you really, you might have that fleet there. Are you going to confront and start a direct engagement with China over Taiwan? You ready to start a conflict with China? A war over Taiwan? Oh, shit. Remember the Monroe Doctrine that's talked about a lot now? He may just simply say, They might be shit that we don't even know. Don't fucking interfere with Iran. I won't say a word if you move on Taiwan. Putin, that goes along with you too. This is NATO's, well, not NATO. This is the European problem with Ukraine. I mean, could we be seeing that happening? Don't say nothing when we take Cuba or change Cuba or Greenland. That's our part of the world. And we won't say anything to you. Yeah, we'll publicly huff and puff and condemn it. But we won't confront you militarily. We don't even know if that kind of shit is happening in the background. The power play. I am heavily speculating, but would you pass it? That's not a possibility? Would you even say that's not possible? Remember, they make fun now. It's the Donroe Doctrine. And he kind of enjoys it. Yeah, they call it the Donroe Doctrine. He's kind of like saying, yeah. He doesn't get upset about it. He thinks the Donroe term is funny to him. But to me, he's taking that serious. Kevin, you think that Taiwan will get very nasty? China's a problem? Okay, Bob, let's think about this now. Keeping everyone safe is our first priority. Are you meaning everyone in the world or our people? Our best interests, our country's interests. America first. No more wars. It's not our problem. Remember that. He ran on that. That was one of the things he won on. That was a big part of it. So I don't know if many Americans are going to go for the world police thing. So, what? United States is supposed to save the world? I'm just saying, from a very objective point of view, you have to consider everything. It's not simple. If it were that simple, everybody'd be like, let's go. But it's not everybody saying let's go. You have to think of the politics involved too. Because that's true. It's a part of it. I'm just being honest, right? Does anybody disagree with me here in the States? Do you disagree? It's a big part of it. But when these fuckers go after our president directly, to me, when they threaten his life again, because that was a direct threat to our president, and I know it's rage baiting and rhetoric, but that is in my head so much. It disturbs me beyond that they put an image of what happened in Pennsylvania and said a caption, next time it won't miss its target, on state TV. That is a fucking direct threat to our president. Does that not disturb anyone? Today, when Khomeini went on his rants saying, this is the U.S. that was behind all this. The president even said, he used the president's words against him. The president literally said he's going to help them and keep going, keep going. Well, he said it in the reverse. Keep going, meaning keep on protesting. And the help is on the way, he said, and that he was going to help you. And pretty much encouraging the rioters to do what they did. He threw the blame on the president today. This fucking supreme asshole. Did you see what they're doing on TV? We're going to round him up like a red-haired dog when we capture him. they're talking all kinds of shit about our president. Um, I apologize, Sep. I know you're mad at me. I apologize. I swear to God, I'm upset. I am so sorry. I am so sorry to you. I am. But two wrongs don't make a right. I am definitely wrong and I apologize. I feel so bad because I really care about you and Mom. Sep, forget about inviting this to happen. Let's put it behind us. Forget about all that. I really, I was hurt. I was hurt. But it's my fault. You're right. That's something that I should not have. I was so upset. I should have not aired it. I should have talked to you directly. I apologize from the bottom of my heart. I do. I've come to love you and Mom and care for you and Mom. What video I continue to lie? What are you talking about? About the little laughing behind the scenes? Maybe I imagined it. Wait a minute, to be clear, I never said it was you. I never said it was you. Because the people that were here know what I said. I never said it was you. Oh, this is really like, you're trying to like really make a point of this. Can't we just put this behind us? I mean, now you're like instigating it. Can't you just let it go? Oh, please, Sep, stop. I'm not going to even go to that level right now, really. I'm not. Nah, I don't take disrespect. I did not disrespect you. People were here when I was talking about it. Maybe you're taking something out of context. I made it clear that you're my friend, and I said nothing bad about you. I said it wasn't you. I made that clear. Oh my God. Like I said, I'm not going to make this right now about this. Really, I'm not. No, Sep is correct. Okay, so we're going to have this back and forth now. Oh my God, here we go. I agree. I should have talked to you privately. I apologize. That is totally on me. I agree. That is correct. Oh, here we go. Again, I'm not going to go and rehash this issue. I'm not. That's not the way I do things. I will ask you simply, I apologize and forgive me. That's it. If you want to like try to make a point otherwise, simply either take my apology or don't. I'm not going to just keep rehashing this right now. Because I was actually hurt by it. I really was. And even now, this is hurting me even more. The way this is going right now. I don't want to do it. I don't. You know? Like I said, I hope you find it however you deal with it, to forgive me, I apologize. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to, and I just hope that you can accept the apology. That's it. At this point, that's it. And I'll leave it at that. Anyway, getting back to that asshole, Morandi. Oh, that dude, he is one piece of work. That dude. That's why I didn't want to show that on the screen. But what was said in there was what was important. So, and I mean, what do you guys want me to say? I apologize. What do you want me to say? Really, what do you want me to say? I apologize. I mean, it's as simple as that. Yeah, I know you, see, for 25 years. You know how I am as a person. I really do. And he says it's not about caring. Well, for me it is. I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't care. I'm not gonna play the clip because I'm not gonna just keep egging all this on. I'm trying to put this all behind me, not just keep it going. I'm not gonna do it. No, yeah, exactly. Like I said, I hope he forgives me. That's all. I'll leave it at that. I just hope he finds it in his heart to forgive me. I know he's super mad. I get it. And I was wrong. I was wrong. I should have spoke to him privately about anything. That is not something that I should have vented public and lost my mind. I apologize. And that's it. Anyway, getting back. What time is it? It's 1. So, let's see if there's any information about this meeting, which I doubt it at this time. I'm curious about the Netanyahu meeting with Witkoff. Let's see. That's old. Yeah, we know they're going to meet. It would have been nice if we could have seen this live. So here it's saying, this is 41 minutes ago. Iranian and American officials have confirmed the talks with Saudi Arabia, UAE, Oman, and Egypt also expected to participate. Let's see if it happens. It has to be happening, I would think, in the next... It's 7 hours ahead. That means it's 8:07 a.m. So definitely within the next 12 hours, probably. So when I wake up, I will probably hear what happened at that, maybe, what happened. I would like to have seen this press conference after the meeting. He will arrive in Israel on Tuesday and then meet with Prime Minister Netanyahu. Reuters reported. So who knows? what the timing is of the actual meeting. If he's arriving there today, there's no other. Oh shit. Let me check. Let's see what they're saying here. On I-24. The news had to have started, but they could be talking in Hebrew.
Here and say, okay, we're open to a deal,
Whoa. I want to see what they're saying here.
but we've got to work on some kind of timetable here. This is not going to drag on for 6 months. It's not going to drag on for 3 months. Not even going to drag on for 3 weeks. Tell us what you're willing to do. We'll go forward from there. If we can make it work, great. If not, you pretty much understand what the consequences are. By the way, the Iranians have floated the idea, no pun intended, that the Americans get their naval assets out of the waters, out of the CENTCOM waters, in order to even start negotiations. Basically, we don't want the proverbial gun to our head here. It's not easy and it's not cheap to turn those ships around and get them out of territorial CENTCOM waters.
This is I-24
well
on the TV.
A non-starter for
I don't know if you could hear it clearly.
Task number one is to figure out not if the Iranians are interested in talking about talking, but if they're really interested in making a deal now.
All right, Mike Wagenheim with those updates. I guess we'll have to see when Witkoff does come to the region. Thank you very much.
I missed it.
Back here in studio, Jonathan,
Oh, wait.
we talk about the deal that could be on the table. This is a nuclear deal. How is Israel viewing these negotiations that could happen? Because Israel doesn't want to see just a nuclear deal. Israel also wants to see Iran address the ballistic missile program and its host of terror proxies in the region.
And even more than that, I think that there are a lot of people in Israel, myself included, who would like to see the demise of the Iranian regime and think that this is probably as good as an opportunity as we will ever get to finally get rid of the main nemesis and the main supporter and armor of almost all of Israel's enemies. So I think that there's a bit of a disparity here. Ariel gave an excellent analysis of what's on the table. And I think that it's really important that we keep our eyes and focus on how this started. It started with an uprising, a civilian uprising in Iran by the Iranian people against the regime, supported by the US president, where he clearly said, keep on protesting, help is on the way. Now, that has nothing to do with nuclear or ballistic missiles or supporting terror organizations. That is the oppressive nature of the Iranian regime, and that was the wording of what the president said. And since then, the US has amassed significant firepower and capabilities in the region. We've seen enhanced coordination, detailed professional military coordination up to the level of the chief of staff between the US and Israel, including visit of the chief of staff to the US just this last weekend. And now we're seeing a political visit by Envoy Witkoff. I hope, for the sake of history and for the sake of the name and reputation of this US president, and most importantly, Iranian people in the region, that the tweet won't go down in history as a very, very empty call of support, but actually will turn into American policy, and that yes, nuclear, terror, enrichment, ballistic missiles, all that will fold once the Iranian regime itself is assaulted and really applied pressure on. And I think that is where we are. Yes, there's different perspectives to look at this. Are we looking at an only nuclear situation, or is this really about the regime? If you ask millions of Iranians inside Iran and outside Iran, they are not concerning themselves with nuclear issues. They want a free Iran, and they want to get rid of the Islamic regime, and they're hoping to get help from abroad, from the US and perhaps from Israel, for the first time in history.
Well, you're absolutely right that it's the Iranian voices that truly care about what could happen next. So let's bring in another voice to this conversation as well. We're joined by Camelia at the Capivard, the editor-in-chief at the Independent Persian. And Camelia, that's exactly what I want to ask you right now. When we're talking about Witkoff coming to the region, about possibility of these US-Iran nuclear talks starting again, What does this mean for the Iranian people? How are they viewing the potential of these negotiations if it means a nuclear deal rather than actual change inside Iran?
Thank you, Eddie, and Nicole,
Excellent
for hosting me.
conversation that they're having right now.
Any deal, any result of these negotiations between Witkoff and Islamic Republic can be only accepted by Iranians, which I'm saying it would not accept it even these talks at this minute. But if the result of these talks led to any deal between the US and the Islamic Republic, it can be only credible in the eyes of the Iranians if not only the nuclear file has been addressed and Iran stop making enrichment in Iranian stores, also all of the political prisoners to be released, and also this systematic pressure and oppressions against Iranian stop. And that needs to be addressed, and it would be an absolute results of this nuclear talks and discussion. At least we could say Iranian felt like what President Trump has been promised them, it has been delivered at these discussions. However, we still don't know if that would be resolved to any agreement. But as what you asked me, I have to say Iranian were rejecting any deals can release pressure at the Islamic Republic, especially at their revenue and income to can spend again for operations on the Iranian and for their own militia at the region.
Well, how strong is the regime right now? Has it started to regain some of its strength since the mass protests? Now, the brutal crackdown, the reality that likely tens of thousands of protesters were killed in the streets. So we haven't seen as many people head into the streets anymore. So when we talk about a deal or strikes or any sort of an outcome for regime change, is that not as likely at this point in time?
If you are not seeing people at the street, it doesn't mean they are satisfied by the regime, or the regime gain legitimacy or sustainable power because people stop protesting. The regime holding the street because of its oppression and because of its heavily military presence. And of course, Iranians were always very patient and always wait for a perfect momentum to demonstrate. No, nothing has been changed, and even I can say there is more anger among of the societies against of the system. But regime changes is another thing. I believe that regime change it doesn't come by foreign agreement. For example, if Trump making deal with the Islamic Republic, or even with limited strikes in Iran, those things it may helping, but they are not guaranteeing a regime change. Sustainable pressure from Iranian internally and sustainable pressure externally by international community, that such as all of these sanctions on the regime members, yes, it can cause to a regime change. And more importantly, it should be an absolute crack between the elite hierarchies open, and that it's led to the regime changes. And I believe that Iranian waiting for this momentum, and this momentum is not far to us. It just depends on how much these both pressures can continue on the regime.
All right, Camille Anti-Kabifar, it's so great to hear your perspective on what we are seeing inside Iran and what could happen in the coming days. Thanks for being with us on the Rundown this evening.
Thank you.
She is the editor-in-chief of Independent Persian. That's who was speaking. The other guy's former IDF. So, to me, that was excellent, what I just heard, and that is on the money to me. That was well said. That was can you imagine CNN trying to do that? Oh God. Yeah, right, Sean? Iran says to open talks, U.S. talks, Iran rejects, U.S. threatens, repeat. It took months to prepare for Venezuela. Months to prepare. And that was Venezuela. Iran is a whole different level. And remember, and we were bringing this up earlier. I think I downloaded it. Hold on. Which one was it? I think it might have been this one. Look at all that air traffic, by the way. This. 12th of June last year. And how many violations, concerns, Iran, misleading, not, it's so many. I read it. So this is, Iran cannot be trusted. At least the current regime, obviously. They can't be trusted with their program. They violated in so many ways for decades. I mean, and this is a lot of, I pretty much read most of this earlier. They have a track record of you cannot trust them. And they'll stall and they'll play the game. You cannot trust them. And when I hear that we can have a nuclear deal with them, good luck. Good luck. How do you trust them? Two Israeli time? Oh shit. That's 7. That's early in the morning for me. What's that? 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. Yeah, that's 7 a.m. for me. They'll probably be air it right here. Wow, 7 a.m. my time. I would like to see because that's the time the meeting's set for. So depends how long they speak. I want to see when they come out. Will they come out and address the press? That's what I want to see. If they even do. I'm just saying. I don't know if they will. I would think they would come out and make statements, right? And take a few questions. And that's true. The meeting could take hours. So the meeting between Benjamin Netanyahu and Steve Witkoff tomorrow afternoon, that's going to be an interesting conversation. It's going to be interesting to see how they respond after. So yeah, that's going to definitely be something to check out. Oh yeah, and I agree. Bibi will definitely make it clear. There's no doubt about that. He has to. I honestly think there is no deal possible. Honestly, I don't see a deal being possible. But we'll see what happens. And tomorrow is going to be telling. Tomorrow will be telling. I think we'll get a better feel by tomorrow night. Like in less than 24 hours from now, we'll have more information coming about this alleged supposed meeting Friday, and we'll be getting some feedback, especially from the Israeli side, the Israeli reporters, the news, the media. They're definitely going to be putting their input, well, actually output too. That could be telling. Yeah, statements are expected after the meeting. And the regime is gone and stuff like that. I think it's a no deal. All I know is I don't trust them for nothing. Like I said, their track record speaks for itself. They cannot be trusted in any kind of a deal regarding their nuclear program. Absolutely not. Their track record is decades old. Of you can't trust. So take that for what it's worth. But I don't see anything positive coming out. And like somebody said, Israel's got to do what's best for Israel. If they don't think that missile thing is going to be part of it, I would not be surprised if Israel decides to say, you know what? If they think the United States is not going to have, they're not going to respond in a military way, kinetic way, they will. And in a weird strategic point, think of it this way. If Israel was to strike, now I'm just saying, would they knowingly do that, knowing that the United States would be there with their presence as strong as it is to help defend them? In other words, draw them in. Because, calculations, strategic, you would think behind the scenes, that's part of the discussion. If I was planning things out, and if we do this, what do you think the United States reaction would be? You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, a mole is a person I've known for over a decade. He just likes to bust my chops. That's normal behavior from a mole. Okay, so for sure the U.S. would defend. But let's go to the next stage. They'll defend because there's going to be an insane response. Does the United States then actually actively strike Iran? Not just defend Iran, but join in attacking Iran after Israel did. And now, do you understand? Like, that's a lot. It's a lot to consider. The firepower is there. I mean, if they start, don't forget that U.S. troops here because Gaza agreement. Yes. I mean, tomorrow's like a new day, and it's all a whole set of new information that comes in, and speculation and rhetoric and everything else. It's like so exhausting. It's every day. It's like all this stuff comes out, and you're trying to get a gauge about, and you don't. It's like a lot of confusion, uncertainty, mixed signals, and it's like, oh my gosh, here we go again. I'll tell you one thing. If there's no meeting at all, then it's game on. Probably during the weekend, it's game on. I would think. If they, for some, say that the meetings have been canceled in Turkey on Friday, I mean, what other conclusion is there to make? The president even said, then bad things will happen. He said that today. If they don't agree to a deal, then bad things possibly, what did he say? Something like that, right? He ain't going to wait that long. Yeah, a lot could happen by Friday. So we just got to see how the next, and how many times can you say this and how this all plays out? It's horrific, but it's exactly, look, we don't know. And like I said, tomorrow's going to be telling because Netanyahu wants at least 3 things brought up. At least three: the nuclear, the missiles, and the proxy money. If he finds out the U.S. is only going in there to talk about nuclear, I wonder what Bibi Netanyahu's reaction is going to be in a public setting. Will he contain himself? He's going to be flipping out and burning inside. That right there could be very telling. That's what I'm saying. After the meeting is over, it could be very telling. That's like, somebody said that the Nimitz thing was fake. I read it somewhere. Say I'm standing there. And I'm at a podium, he's at the podium. And they know their experience. They know about body language. They know certain things that can maybe give off something. It's going to be really curious to see how good they are. And then when they look at each other, even the looks can be telling. The eyes, anything. They may not be over-exaggerated, but if you look clearly, you might pick up on something just based on the turning of a head and the look. A smile, a smirk, could be anything. It could be very telling. They may go out there and say, listen, this is what we're going to say. So you know what I mean? This is what we're going to say. Stick to it. Don't go off script. I mean, I know. I don't know how Netanyahu can stay contained if he hears what he doesn't want to hear. I don't know how he would contain himself. Has he been known ever a person to hold back when he talks? So these are the little things, the nuances that when you're observing. At least for me, I'm going to definitely be on my alert. One thing we can be sure of is that Bibi is not going to play games. That's what I'm saying. He's he is direct. Itchy, trigger fingers. Maybe Israel waiting on that second carrier. Well, we can speculate. I have not seen anything to confirm or deny a second carrier. I see a lot of speculation. That's about it. But I don't think it's Israel waiting for the second carrier. It's the United States waiting for the second carrier. Do you think they will do like last time and try to drag negotiations on for weeks? Oh my God. Like before they had 4 different meetings with no deal. Oh my God. Smokey, that's my fear. That is my fear. That's because it's going to be like, that's what I said the other day. I said, okay, so these are talks in Turkey. Now we're going to have future talks next week. There was progress made. Oh, Jesus Christ. There was progress made. We've agreed to schedule future talks next week at such and such place, Qatar, wherever the fuck. Dude, yes. I am concerned about that. Absolutely. Chaos, I hope you stay safe, and I pray for you and your family and everybody there. Yeah, when is there another meteor shower? Alexa, when is the next meteor shower? Probably April.
The next major meteor shower is the Lyrids, peaking on April 21st, 2026 at 8 p.m. Best viewing will be around midnight that night, with about
all right,
18
Alexa,
meteors
stop.
per hour.
I mean, I could always put the camera outside and we just watch the night sky. With 2 feet of snow outside, I'm not feeling it right now. But we'll get back to doing that too. Okay, I'm just Those days with deals felt like a world tour more than a deal. I mean, shit, they went to Muscat, Abu Dhabi, Rome, Zurich. Yeah, man, it was like a round tour. You're right. That happened for months with Venezuela. Talks getting extended week after week after week. Each week was a new meeting. But then at the end, the president was like, the conditions were set. I mean, if you remember, but pretty much, this is what I heard. I don't know if it was true. Maduro was offered to go to a tarmac, and at that location, at the airport, would be his wife and his son. And if he agreed to step down as president, the United States would give him safe passageway to whatever. And he denied it. He declined. And then that was like an offer that was made. That's what I heard. I don't know if it's true. And he said nope. He refused. And then look what happened. Now, I don't know if that's what actually went down, but that's what I had heard. What's up, country? So, look, it's 1:30 now. I would love to get up and, like, who knows how long that meeting is going to take place, how long it's going to last. An hour, 2 hours, who knows? So if it's set for 7 a.m. my time, even with that being said, I would still have to get up early if I'm going to try to find it anywhere being broadcasted. I'll probably have good luck on my TV. Any news on a Ukrainian doctor that you found? He wasn't a Ukrainian doctor. He was a Ukrainian soldier. I have not heard from him in quite some time. Now that you say that, I got to reach out to him. You know? Red Bull, you just woke up? Oh, that's right, you're in the UK. Nothing really. Just a lot of speculation on really two things. I'll say it one more time because I'm going to go to bed. I'm exhausted. The two things are tomorrow, well, later today, a few hours, Netanyahu's meeting with Steve Witkoff before he goes to Turkey. So he's in the region. Witkoff is in the region. So is that an indication that the Turkey thing is real? He's going to be in Israel. In Israel. He's there now. It's not far from Turkey. But that doesn't mean he'll take that next flight to Turkey. But he's in the area. That meeting is going to be very, very interesting. I don't recall them all. I don't. Yeah, tomorrow is going to be a really interesting day. Because, like I said, I'm really curious to see what Netanyahu has to say. And to see I want to see it. Because that could be very telling. He might just say it. This is not just about the nuclear deal. This is also about their missile program and the money that the funding for the proxies in the region or whatever. I don't know if they'll get into, releasing the people in Iran. I don't know how far they'll go, but like we know this. We know that Israel this is not just about the nuclear program. This is not just about the nuclear program. And Bibi's going in there hard about it. He's going to go in. You know he's not going to hold back, Kevin. You know that. You think he's going to... Bean, I didn't even know what you're referring to. Because I was caught up in that document. But whatever you did is fine. I don't know what you're referring to, but... I want to listen so badly behind closed doors. Could you imagine? I'm going to pay special attention because I want to know, because my husband, I can't get anyone to answer my question on here. Tammy, what was your question? Because I wasn't really focused too much on chat. I was busy with the other stuff. What was your question? I think Wyckoff knows Israelis would sound off on him like a mad boss, so I hope he doesn't go in with listening with an ear and left it out with another. Bibi has also wanted this for a long time. There's no way he's okay with a deal. I agree. I really, really, really hope that's not the case, and so do most of us. With the others, oh God, that, yeah. I have faith they will be fine. Yeah, ask your question again. Or Amol, you're going. Have a great night, Amol. Yeah, this is definitely different from what I do normally. I'm the guy that talks about UFOs and skywatches and gaming. That's why it's Skywatcher Gaming. Oh, he's definitely still upset from the 12-day. He wanted to go all out. Nick thinks Israel's going in tomorrow night. Sean, what are you talking about? You're so sorry. What happened in chat? Because he turned Israel away from the US aid stuff in 10 years. My gosh. It's like, you guys know that when you say stuff, I add it to what's in my brain, and then it really confuses me even worse. It's crazy. It's because I take what you guys say and it goes into my data bank, and I'm assessing it and I'm putting it along with mine, and I'm like, shit, now I'm really confused. ATB has unfinished. Oh, yeah. The busy airspace. Yeah, that's about right. It's about right. It actually, it's probably more than that because I'm not zoomed in. It's probably even worse. See? I mean, I don't think anybody here would disagree there was a zero chance anything was going to happen tonight. Unless there was a miscalculation. Zero. Forget about 50-50. Zero. Now, what somebody said tomorrow night, not the U.S., but Israel, I'm going to tell you. Do you think Netanyahu's worried about the stock market? If he doesn't like what he hears, I would not be surprised if shit hits the fan before the weekend from Israel. And people might say, Israel would never act alone. If they think it's in their best self-interest, shit, yes, they will. Now, do I think tomorrow night? I don't know about that. But if BB doesn't like what he hears, why wait? Because, I mean, if he waits and it's a no, maybe that's what they wait for, to see what the result of it is. If the meeting were to happen, what are the results of that meeting? Netanyahu's going to be like, I want to know right away. Because once you tell me, then I know what I need to do. It could be like, my back is really hurting a lot. It's from sitting in this chair too much. You have never seen airspace like that before? Look at New York's airspace. It's insane. Or down in Atlanta, or there's plenty of places that has cray. But that is a major route. Just makes me think Trump is gonna. Oh, I don't think. I don't think the president is going to do a bad deal. I don't. I won't go that far. I still don't think a deal is possible. So I think it's almost 2 a.m. If I wouldn't even think about trying to get Netanyahu's anything, that's 5 hours from now, the meeting. Literally, 5 hours from now. I gotta get some sleep. And keep an eye on things to see if the meeting started. So is that confirmed? Somebody said 2 p.m. local time in Israel. Is that confirmed? Because if that's confirmed, that's 7 a.m. for me. They're 7 hours ahead. Yes. I said, if they can't be trusted, why can they? If they can't be trusted, why they can't? There can be no deal regardless of the terms. I do. That's what I was trying to make a point earlier with that document from the reports. Red Bull, zoom in there. 5 helicopters in the same kind of spot. Where the hell are we looking now? Where are we looking? 5 helicopters. Where? Civilian or military? Who said that? Red Bull, where am I looking? UK or something? What are you looking at? Cluster, I hope you're right. I think the term nuclear is an umbrella for all the issues at hand, covering everything. I hope you're right. Civilian one. But where, Red Bull? Where? I'm so tired. It's hard for me to focus. I'm just checking this too. I think it's time for bed. That's what I think. I think Israel's prime minister cannot hold his patience anymore. I think he wants to go in. I agree, Nick. I agree. But I pray for those people in Israel. Because again, once you make that decision, there's no turning back from that decision. The consequences. You know? I don't want to hear that shit go off. That red alert. I don't want to hear that go off. What's up, Jade? Yeah, I gotta get some sleep. Today's been like mentally, physically, emotionally exhausting. Really. It's a good idea. Anyway, you lovelies. Be blessed, be well, be safe. To later today is another day. If that makes any sense. Love and prayers to everyone. Wherever you are. And in Ukraine, after what happened. Obviously in Iran. I pray for the people of Israel. For everyone, the region, because it could get really bad for many people. For the people in everywhere, our country, everywhere. Your families, etc. Anyway, have a great night, and I'll see everybody later on today. What's up, Julian? And have a great night. I'm out of here.